blueberry.
Is it Australian lemon? Basil? USA?
Warte. US, I've asked them to have someone here to help us with the names.
Nee, dan ja, dat is nog steeds een goede uitdaging. Teruggesprek. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah, I have a link.
Oh, you have a link, do you?
Yeah. I'll untransfer. Right. Gaan ik biggie compensate.
Do we have Wi-Fi here?
Toen nog een tikkeltje aftoon. Kijk, daai skryf is bietjie oor die tyd. Tikkeltje af. Dankie daarvan.
Maybe I'll get your name right today. Sorry. And do we know who the umpires are?
He knows one.
Uncle, who are the umpires? Do you know?
Abdullah Stian kan.
Oh, Abdullah. I know Abdullah. Yeah. Good morning and welcome to the match between Australia and the USA here at the De Villiers Field at the South African College School, SACS, here in the beautiful suburb of Newlands in Cape Town. And it's a welcome from me, James King, the Cape Fox, and with me here today, the producer. Looking forward to this coverage of the match here today. Beautiful sunshine with not as much of a breeze as we had yesterday, and it's all set for a really good match. Australia will want to be coming back from that very, very close defeat to Sri Lanka yesterday, and USA in their first match of the series in the Over-50s World Cup so far. And this is a really beautiful venue, and from our commentary position today, which is on the southern end of the ground, it is the beautiful mountain, Table Mountain, off to our left-hand side. We're just waiting for play to start. There seems to be a slight delay here, and we will be with you very shortly for the start of the game. News from the middle is that Australia have won the toss and elected to bat first on what looks like a really good batting pitch. A little bit of green on it that we can see from here, but hopefully the ball will be coming onto the bat, and it will be, we're all set then for a lovely day's cricket. The outfield looks in excellent condition here, and it really is a beautiful setting for cricket. Behind us is the school, and to the northern end of the ground, Dean Street, which goes down into Newlands itself, and to the right of us here, down into the Newlands area, the old rugby stadium, and also the famous Newlands cricket ground. And really this is a beautiful venue for cricket. We're going to be starting, I'm sure, pretty soon. The players have lined up, they've had the anthems, they are looking like they're ready. I think umpire Weatherspoon, should I say, was just checking a couple of things, and the USA team on the field at back to the De Villiers Field here at South African College Schools in Cape Town, in the beautiful suburb of Newlands, and 4 overs gone in the Australia. Left outside the off stump by Mace, so we've got a slip. We have a third man, we have a backward point, man at point, extra cover, mid off and mid on, a square leg, forward square leg, and a man at fine leg. So we have a 6-3 offside field, and Humayun has been bowling pretty well to his field at the moment. Just one expensive over so far from Sanjay Pandya, as that one keeps low outside the off stump, well left by Mace, and there's no further addition to the score. 15 without loss at the end of 5. That's an easy calculation. It is 3 runs per over. So the Sri Lankan, the USA team in the field here today. Warm conditions today, not as much of a breeze as we had yesterday. And just a reminder that this tournament, the Over-50s World Cup South Africa 2023, brought to you by Evergreen Lifestyle and the city of Cape Town, and it is going to be John Rankin to face up to Sanjay Pandya, who's in towards us now. That's played forcibly back to the bowler, and it's straight through to the man mid-on, and they take a single, so one more to Rankin. Played out into the offside and is well fielded there by Weerasinghe. I think it is over there, indeed, Sanjeewa Weerasinghe. And that is a good shot there for Roach to get off the mark. He plays that one into the leg side, and they are through for 2 runs. Fielding is done there by the man who is at mid-wicket. So he came around from mid-off actually. That is Ajit Jayasinghe of the USA. Oh, that one is a close call perhaps there for David Roach, as that one is angling down the leg side. Looked like a good call there by umpire Abdullah Steenkamp as it was going down the leg side. And there is no thought of the finger being raised there by umpire Steenkamp, a very experienced first-class umpire here in South Africa. Once again, it's fielded by Weerasinghe, Sanjeewa Weerasinghe in the covers at extra cover, and there is no run. The end of the over, 25 for the loss of 1, and we have had, that is I think 7 overs in the match so far. And just get that confirmation. 7 overs bowled. Humayun taking the wicket in his 4th over of John Rankin. First ball of his over, and he took out that leg stump. So it's going to be Steve Mace to face again, and continuing from the northern end of the ground is going to be Sanjay Pandya. Wicketkeeper Parak just trying to get the field sorted out there. And he's in now is Pandya, and that is a big shout, and he's given him! He has given him, and that is Steve Mace now, who has to make his way back to the pavilion, given out LBW by umpire Weatherspoon, and that is a huge blow for the Australians. Steve Mace on his way back to the pavilion, and he scored 9, I think it was. Steve Mace, batter A, scored 9 indeed, and he has to make his way back to the pavilion. I say a huge shout from everybody in the USA team. Sanjay Pandya leading the choir there, the bowler, as they went up in unison, and the umpire Rohan Weatherspoon from Canada, who looked at the decision for a while and said, okay, yeah, I agree, that is certainly going to be knocking over those stumps, and Mace has to go. 25 for the loss of 2, and so Australia now losing their 2nd wicket. That is Steve Mace, who is gone. LBW to Sanjay Pandya, and that is 25 for the loss of 2 wickets after 7 overs and I think 2 deliveries. So now we have 2 new batters at the crease, and a new man who's come down to face on the southern end of the ground. We have a new man in his Clark, and umpire Weatherspoon signalling there to Tony Clark that it is going to be the left arm around the wicket spin of Sanjay Pandya, who is going to be bowling to him, and he's going to be taking his guard now. Number 31 on his back, Tony Clark, is at the crease with David Roach, and it's Pandya into him, just plays that one very nicely back to the bowler. These 2 teams are amongst the favoured teams in the tournament, and certainly has been an interesting start to this game. 25 for 2, and it's Clark who just plays that one back to the bowler. So in the match yesterday against Sri Lanka, it was the Australians who succumbed by only 4 runs in the end. It was a really good chase by them. Clark scoring 36 in that match off 68 balls, providing a sheet anchor roll before it was Richard Gabb who got them very close in the end. 71 of 41 deliveries from Richard Gabb, and no doubt we will see him batting a little bit later in this innings for Australia. So the chattering of schoolboys in the background you can hear as it's Pandya in again. It's just played into the ground, and they're going to take the single off the outstretched arm of the bowler. And some fielding there done by number 10. And number 10 is Rafe Kazi. And so the Sri Lankan, listen to me, USA lineup here. Please forgive me for that. A lot of Sri Lankan names in this USA lineup, which is getting me a bit confused. But many expat players or descendants in this USA team, it seems like, but all proudly representing the United States of America in this over-50s tournament. And it really has been an outstanding first day. It was yesterday. I'll take you through some of those scores while we have a break, perhaps at the end of this next over. It's going to be Humayun to continue with the attack from the southern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling right arm over the wicket, and he'll be bowling to David Roach, is it, or is it Tony Clark? Not quite sure what's happening there. Maybe it's my binoculars that are worrying him. We can't move, yes, and unfortunately he's asking for the side screen to be moved, but I don't think that can actually happen any further based on the position that we have here. It's Clark again into the ground, and there is no run.
I'll let everyone know.
Clark is the right-handed Clark. So he scored 36 yesterday in the cause for Australia. He played that one nicely on his toes, and it's played very nicely down to the man fielding here in front of us. That's number 88. That is Sajid Fernando. No, it's actually not Sajid. It's Ajit. Number 99. That is Ajit Jayasinghe in here. Oh, very nicely played there by David Roach, just into the offside, fielded by Sanjeewa Weerasinghe. And we have Weerasinghe at extra cover. And we have Chintan Patel at a point position, backward point. We have a man on the third man boundary. That is Himanshu Patadia. That's again played into the covers, and going to take a quick single for the overthrow, for the misfield, should I say, and they are through for the one there. Roach getting that single, so that's now 2 of this over so far from Humayun, and 28 for 2 is the score. We'll just check on that. It is Clark and that's played forcibly down here to the man in front of us, which is Faisal at mid-off. Just rubbing the orange ball vigorously to try and get as much shine on it as possible. 2 wickets down for Australia so far. It's Humayun. And that is played outside of that one, did Tony Clark, as he's trying to play it forcibly through the covers as the end of the 9th over comes there, and some high fives all round there for the USA team for Humayun Bashir, who may well now have finished that spell of 5 overs. It's 9 overs gone, and just a score check there into the pads. So the left arm orthodox spinner who's bowling from around the wicket to the right hander, just coming forward is Roach, and playing that one in back to the bowler. Buildings behind us, sun is beating down, and no doubt there are going to be many potentially sore bodies out there if people have their shirts off around the ground today. It is very, very warm here in Cape Town. It's a beautiful day here in March, still probably the best time of the year in Cape Town, March, April. And that's almost a full toss or slower ball from Humayun as the bell is tolling for the youngsters to go back to their class and to say, guys, you can't, I'm afraid, watch any more of this cricket now. You've got to go back and to your lessons, and that the chatter from behind us will no doubt cease, and we'll have the quiet as that one is just played nicely into the backward point region by Clark, and there is no run. So 30 for 2, and we're busy with the 11th over of the innings here from Humayun Bashir. So it has been a reasonably slow start. That was certainly slowed down by the 2 wickets, and that will be signalled wide. And Abdullah Steenkamp spreads his arms wide and signals that one going down the leg side to be a wide, as we expected. 31 now for 2 in the 11th over, just under 3 runs and over for the Australian team so far, and they'll want to establish a platform here, these two.
It's 32.
32. Okay. Thank you very much to our producer there, Marie, who informs me that actually 32 for the loss of 2. Scoreboard on the far side is a little bit behind, and I think they're trying to adjust it now. And you rejoin us now with the score on 44 for 2. That delivery from Chintan Patel, who's on first change here for the USA, played very nicely by David Roach to the deep square leg boundary, and to say, and 44 for 2, the Australian team, after winning the toss and electing to bat here at the De Villiers Field at Sachs High School in the lovely suburb of Newlands here in Cape Town. Cape Town hosting the Over-50s Cricket World Cup 2023. This event is brought to you by Evergreen Lifestyle and the City of Cape Town, with the broadcast here being brought to you by Pitch Vision. And it is indeed a privilege to be bringing this tournament to you. And we thank you for watching from wherever you are all around the world. We know we have people watching in Australia and in the USA. We hope that even with the massive time zone differences, that you are able to enjoy the cricket that we are bringing you here, as Tony Clark is just checking how many fielders are on the field, how many are outside and inside the circle. Yesterday at the match between Wales and Pakistan, we have a change of bowler. It looks like Fernando that is coming on to bowl, number 88, and he's bowling his off breaks from the northern end of the ground, and that is played nicely down into the cover. Sajid Fernando, and the umpire at the far end is Rohan Weatherspoon. Umpire at the southern end here is Abdullah Steenkamp, and that's outside the off stump, played out to the man on the cover boundary. That is Ajit, and Ajit Jayasinghe who fields, and that's another single to Tony Clark, and Clark now moves on to 4 with that single. It's Roach on 13, just trying to dab that one down past the slip region, and a slip we have Zubair Hussain, number 6. I think that might have completed my lineup for on. He is given out, and it was clear from the response from David Roach that he had got an edge to that one. Umpire Weatherspoon agreed, and so Australia loses their 3rd wicket in the first over from Fernando, and they are now sitting on, is that correct, 46 for 3, or is it 47? 45 for 3 it is now for Australia. And the 3rd wicket goes down. That is David Roach, who was out with his score on 13, was it? I think it was 13. I'll get that now. It was, and he was caught by the wicket-keeper Parak Ananta, and he was bowled by Fernando. So the wickets, all 3 wickets going to 3 different bowlers. And his first over, Fernando has taken the important wicket of David Roach, and he was out for those 13 runs. Played a couple of very good aggressive shots, but was not able to go further as the number 5 batter for Australia comes out, and that is the batsman's name, Popoto, is it? Brad Popoto, who's coming out to bat for Australia at number 5, and he joins Tony Clark at the crease. Some repair work to be done here for Australia in the 14th over. So both opening bowlers for the USA having bowled 6 overs each, and it is Popoto who is now at the crease, number 64 on his back. And Potter in the match yesterday, just to give you an idea, he was out for 24 yesterday, 26 balls, as they tried to get Australia over the line against Sri Lanka, and he just left that one outside the off stump, and there is no run. So Fernando, success in his first over as he continues from the northern end of the ground. Sajid Fernando, and just played into covers for Fernando. We've got a slip. We have a man at backward point, a man at point. That's the end of the over, and successful one for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka again, listen to me, for the USA. And having mentioned Sri Lanka earlier, when they played against Australia, of course, yesterday, and that is a successful one for the USA. And it is Brad Popoto and Tony Clark who are at the crease for Australia now, as we move into the 15th over. So there'll be a drinks break after 15 overs in this 45 over per side game. And it's going to be Chintan Patel to continue from the southern end of the ground. That's the end where we are sitting and commentating and broadcasting from here today on the Pitch Vision platform, brought to you by Evergreen Lifestyle and the City of Cape Town. This tournament that's played out into the covers, but there's very nicely fielded there in the covers for the USA by the opening bowler Humayun Bashir, and there is no run. It's going to be Patel again, nicely bowled and played out into the covers. Clark just trying to weather the storm and get a partnership going here, perhaps with Popoto. It is Patel into him again. He plays that one very nicely down to the... Oh, and that is a very risky run. He played it straight here to Ajit Jayasinghe in front of us at mid-on, and took on the arm, and that would have been an interesting one for umpire Abdullah Steenkamp to call had it been a direct hit on the stumps. But well done to the Australian pair for going through for that single, and that takes the score to 46, I think it is, for the loss of 3 into the 15th over. And it'll be a welcome drink for everybody concerned at the end of this over, as it's Patel in again. Oh, that's nicely played and down to the man at backward point, and not before he gets a single there, and the man just smiling, all smiles on the faces of the USA fielders, and not able to get there quickly to that delivery. 47 for the loss of 3 it is. Patel away from us again, and played very nicely, delicately down, and that may well go all the way. It's a really good outfield here, and it does. It goes over the boundary for 4, and that's a very good shot indeed from is that Tony Clark, who's just played that one down for boundary. That's his first boundary, Clark, and with that he moves on to 9. Let's just checking that with our scorer Naeem. That 9 that he's on now, Naeem. Tony Clark. Naeem, sorry, just 9 for Tony Clark. Yeah, so Tony Clark on to 9 with that boundary, and he'll be happy to have got them that, and also brings up the 50 for Australia. 51 for the loss of 3 in the 15th over, and around the wicket to the right-hander, and played back to the bowler, who does well to come around on his own bowling and field. And Abdullah Steenkamp says to the players there, gentlemen, that is drinks. We'll take the first drinks break of the day after 15 overs, and that has been a good over rate put in there to try and recover some of the time by the USA bowlers. Time here just short of 25 past 11 in the morning, South African Standard Time. And wherever you are in the world, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast on Pitch Vision, on the cameras of Pitch Vision, which is being brought to you by Evergreen Lifestyle and the City of Cape Town. We're going to take a bit of a break, and we'll be back with you after the drinks break. Welcome back after the drinks break here at Saks, and it's going to be Fernando from the northern end of the ground here at the De Villiers Field at Saks High School. The score at the moment 51 for the loss of 3 after 15 overs. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat, and Brad Potto doubles his score now and goes from 1 to 2, and it moves the score to 52 for the loss of 3. In at number 5, Brad Potto. We'll give you the information at the end of this over in terms of the score. It just played out into the backward point region, where it is Faisal, who does the fielding there for the USA. Faisal Alam, who is doing the fielding. It's played into the covers, and they do decide to take a single to that one, as Sanjeev Weerasinghe cannot cut it off. Fernando, success in his first over with the wicket of David Roach, who was caught behind by the wicketkeeper Parak Ananta with his score on 13. Unlucky 13 for David Roach today. And that is well fielded by, and that may well be out. It is indeed out. They take a quick single, but Weerasinghe is aware of that, and he pounces on the ball, throws it into the bowler who's behind the stumps quickly, and takes the bails off. And Tony Clark just keeps on, and actually isn't it Brad Potto, sorry, he keeps on walking off the field, and he is gone for 2. And Potto will be absolutely furious with himself. Set off, ball not getting past Sanjeev Weerasinghe at that extra cover position. He fires it in underarm to the bowler, who takes off the bails with Potto out of his ground. The 4th wicket goes down for Australia with the score on 53. So that's 53 for the loss of 4 in the 16th over. And Fernando, who bowled the 16th over, is at the end of the 16th over. Fernando, it's not the end of the over. It's still got perhaps a ball or 2 to come in this over from Fernando, but the run out affected very, very well by Sanjeev Weerasinghe, who's been doing some good work in the cover region there today for the USA. And it is Potto who is out. Brad Potto with his score on 2, run out by Weerasinghe and Fernando. Umpire Weatherspoon having no doubt in his mind that that was actually out. And so 53 for the loss of 3. And it's Clark again. Oh, and dropped there by the wicket keeper. So it's quite a thick edge, it looks like, from Clark's bat, and he just can't get his glove across it. Bobbles in and bobbles out, and Parak Ananta is really not happy with himself, and an exclamation from the bowler, which we may have to apply a long beep to a little bit later on, as that one went down. And unfortunate for the USA, at 53 for the loss of 4 it is. And so the 4 men back for Australia: John Rankin, Steve Mace, David Roach, and now Brad Potto in that over. And it has certainly been a difficult innings for Australia so far. And the man at the crease now for Australia, I'm just going to get that confirmed for you, is Richard Gabb. So Gabb, the player who scored 71, the left-hander, 71 of 41 deliveries yesterday to guide Australia to what would seem like a completely unlikely victory against Sri Lanka, ending up only 4 runs short. So Australia will probably be looking at Richard Gabb again today to get them to a very good score against what looks like a very good bowling and fielding team here for the USA. Matt, so Gab plays that first ball through the covers, and that one is well past Weerasinghe and goes down to the Australian supporters who are under the trees here to our right. And so first ball is Gab showing his intent against Chintan Patel, and that is a very good boundary for them. So he's off the mark with a 4. Score now goes to 57 for the loss of those 4 wickets. Gab, as I say, 71 of 41 deliveries yesterday. What an outstanding innings to get his team close to the total that Sri Lanka managed to achieve, and we'll take you through that just as he plays that one out into the covers. But it's well fielded at backward point by number 101, who is Himanshu Patadia, and there is no run. We'll go through the field after this delivery, and that to that man again, and that is played through the covers. That was short and wide, and I don't think Patadia is going to cut that off. No, he doesn't. So Himanshu Patadia can't cut that off, and it's the second boundary for Richard Gab in the over, and Patel has gone for those 2 boundaries now in the over. That is 8 now to Gab, 2 boundaries, and the score has gone into the 60s. It's 61 for the loss of 4. So change to the field, which is unsurprising, seeing how strong Gab is out on the offside, and the off spinner, the orthodox off break bowler. Sorry, it's actually a leg. He's a left armer. Sorry, you've got Fernando as the off break bowler. This is the left arm orthodox bowler Patel from the southern end, and the off break bowler Fernando from the northern end of the ground. It's Patel in with his orthodox left arm spin, and that's a very good piece of fielding by Fernando there at extra cover. Prevents what looked like it would have been a certain boundary had it gone past him, and that is no further addition to the score. Now he's now 61 for the 4. And so Gab now has gone to 8. His partner at the other end, Tony Clark, who's been the sheet anchor now for Australia, is on 10. It is 61 for the loss of 4, and we have had now 17 overs bowled in the innings, and it will be Fernando again. So just batting shy of it's probably about 3.7 runs and over at the moment. 3.6, 3.7 runs and over for Australia at the moment. Richard Gab, the left-hander, is not on strike. It's Tony Clark. He plays that one very nicely into the covers and down to the man at a wideish mid-off, and they take a single. So for the off-spinner, we've got a slip. Now just changing around for the left-hander, so Gab will face the right-arm off-spinner, who's going to be taking the ball away potentially from the left-handed batter. 59 on his back, Richard Gab. Let's say a very good 71 yesterday. They don't have a slip now, so they've got a man at shortish third man, backward point, man on the cover point boundary, extra cover, long off, mid-on, mid-wicket, man at deep mid-wicket, and a man at deep backward square to the left-handed Gab. And he's just counting the number of fielders, just making sure that he gets to the correct number, and that is a good delivery. A huge appeal, but that again going down leg, signalled by umpire Rohan Weatherspoon of Canada. And joining us here from very cold climes up there in Canada, no doubt. Winter time up there. Beautiful summer's day here in Cape Town, as that is very well fielded at backward point there by Humayan, should I say. And there is, so that's Faisal, I do apologise, and there is no run. Some good footwork there by Faisal as he manages to just play that one to the touch line. It's going to be a throw in. Oh no, it won't be. It'll be thrown back to the bowler. and it goes back to Fernando, and he will be bowling now to the right-handed Tony Clark, and Clark is facing up to a slip, backward point, man at point, man on the deep cover, point boundary, extra cover mid-off, and you're going to be looking at and a deep mid-on, and that's played from outside the off stump, sort of full and wide, and there is no run. So 6-3 offside leg side field. Very interesting, no man here at a fine leg or even a shortish fine leg area. You've got a man on the deep square leg boundary who's just in front of an Australian flag over there, and that is the end of the over. Another Fernando over comes to an end, and that is the score 63 for the loss of 4 of Australia. It was a quieter over there, and Clark is on 11, Gabb is on 9. Australia, after winning the toss and electing to bat, have moved to 63 for the loss of 4 wickets. Wickets falling at regular intervals as they have lost the services of Steve Mace, John Rankin, David Roach and Brad Popotto. The first 3 bowlers having all taken a wicket, and it is going to be a bowling change now. A bowling change here at the southern end of the ground. It is Patel who's come off, and it is going to be Zubair Hussain who's going to be bowling, number 6 on his back, and got his cap on to protect his neck here, and Zubair Hussain bowling to Richard Gabb, the left-hander, and he's bowling what looks like off breaks, right arm off break bowler, and that's just played directly here to number 14. That's Weerasinghe, who was the player who effected that run out of Brad Popotto, the last wicket to fall, with the score on 53. And Gabb plays that very nicely, but again out into the covers, where it's well fielded at backward point. And going to be Zubair again, away from us now. Oh, he's bowled him. I think he's bowled him. Has gone through his defences, trying to sweep that one onto the leg side, and that takes the off stump. But Richard Gabb, the hero of yesterday's batting effort from Australia, or by Australia against Sri Lanka, is bowled in the first over from Zubair Hussain, trying to play that one on the sweep to the leg side, and he misses the ball completely. It cannons into the off stump and knocks it back. The bail only coming off the off stump, and Australia find themselves now 63 for the loss of 5 wickets, and Gabb out for 9, and that is a huge blow for Australia. And some good bowling there, a good bowling change by the USA, with Zubair Hussain coming in, the off spinner, getting the ball to turn away from the left-hander, and it has meant the 5th wicket for Australia has fallen with the score on 63, and we are into now the 19th over of the innings. So scoring rate at the moment is slightly under 4 runs per over, and they are struggling here. Tony Clark, the only constant for them, as the new batter is out, strides out to the crease, and we'll have a look at that now and see who the new batter is. And just to get that batter for you now. Thoughts, okay. Dawes, okay. Thank you very much. So it is Leith Dawes, the new batter. Thank you very much to the scorers here for that. And Leith Dawes, who will be his right-hander, facing up to the right-hand off-break bowling of Zubair Hussain. And as you might have heard, to our right-hand side, just encouragement from his fellow USA fielders for Zubi. And Zubair is being encouraged here as he's going to be bowling to Leith Dawes. Dawes to face his first ball. Zubair away from us now. And that's a slowish delivery down to the man who's at that deep mid-wicket area, and that is a substitute fielder, it looks like, Rafi, who's on the field, and Rafi Kazi, who is on the field. Do apologise, I did have him down in the starting lineup. Rafi Kazi, who's on the field, and that's the first run for Leith Dawes, takes the score to 64 as Tony Clark plays that one straight back to the bowler. So a big job here for Clark and Dawes to do for Australia, and they will want to make sure that they lose no further wickets for quite some time in this innings. Oh, that was very close. Tony Clark just edging that one down, but he's going to get through for 2 as the man chases it from backward point, and they are through for 2. And so a very successful over, and just the 3 runs in that over from Zubair Hussain for the USA, and the USA have taken the 5th wicket, 5th Australian wicket. Australia now sitting at 66 for the loss of 5, and the wicket in that over, Richard Gabb, bowled by Zubair Hussain, with the score then it was on 63, apologies, and only 10 runs scored for that 5th wicket between Richard Gabb and Tony Clark, and 9 of those off the bat of Richard Gabb, including 2 very sumptuous drives through the covers for 4, and his first ball beautifully caressing it through the covers for 4, but unfortunately for him, in attempting to play the sweep off the off-break bowler, was unfortunately bowled, his off stump being pegged back. Fernando to continue from the northern end of the ground, 88 on his back, and he's in now. Dawes watchfully forward, the most important thing now for Australia, and I know this is said a lot in cricket as we are busy with the 20th over. The most important thing now for Australia is to just bat out the overs, as Abdullah Steenkamp unmoved with that massive appeal for stumped by Parak Ananta, but umpire Abdullah Steenkamp, as I say, unmoved, except for the fact that he had to run in and attempt there to help with the resetting of the stumps. But, all good now, and that just played cautiously into the leg side. It's fielded by number 99, who's Ajit Jayasinghe for the USA. Go through the USA team at the end of this over, as it's Fernando from the northern end of the ground. Fielded in the covers there by Ajit, and there is no further addition to the score. So as we were saying, important thing for Australia now is to bat through these overs. Not even halfway through the overs, they've lost half of their batting lineup. Tony Clark, the number 4, who's going to have to take them through at the end of that over, called there by umpire Rohan Weatherspoon. The score is sitting on 66 for the loss of 5. So the USA team for today's match is Faisal Alam, Parak Ananta, Humayun Bashir, Sajid Fernando, Zubair Hussain, Ajit Jayasinghe, Rafi Kazi, Himanshu Patadia, Sanjay Pandya, Chintan Patel, and Sanjeewa Weerasinghe. So we had opening the bowling today, we had Humayun Bashir and Sanjay Pandya, and then followed by Chintan Patel and Sajid Fernando, and now we have got Zubair Hussain, who continues from the southern end of the ground. It's a good delivery, well played by Tony Clark. Leith Dawes looking for 2, but they're not going to get 2 here, as it is Ayaz, one of the substitute fielders, who's come in here for the USA, and he has Ayaz Sheikh, who is fielding here on the boundary. Substitute fielder coming on of the 15th over. It's Zubair Hussain again. Left alone wisely outside the off stump by Leith Dawes, and the score is now 67 for loss of 5. No thought of a run there as that one goes out into the covers and easily fielded by the man at extra covers. There's a slip, a backward point, extra cover, man at short extra cover, and quite a clever fielding position as this is played out to number 101. That's Himanshu Patadia in that shortish mid-wicket position. So we've got a short extra cover, that's Veera Singha. We've got a short mid-wicket, that is Patadia, and pressure being put on here to Leith Dawes by the USA attack. Bashir Hussain sorry, it's not Bashir Hussain, I'll give you that now. Oh, that one kept low outside the off stump. My goodness, Zubair Hussain, who very good over there from Zubair Hussain. I think it was just the one. Was that a maiden over? Just the one off the over, and Australia now still 67 for the loss of 5. That is after 21 overs. So run rate now is back down into approximately 3.2 runs to the over, and I think it will be Fernando to continue from the northern end of the ground, where a helicopter, you might just hear it in the effects microphone coming through, is heading out over as we can look across over the tall Norfolk pine, which is right on the far end of the ground. You can't really see it in your picture, but there's a massive tree behind the sight screen, and then above that, massive looking Norfolk pine tree, not indigenous to South Africa, but it's quite a dominant feature here to the northern edge of the ground, and a lot of trees around this ground. Beautiful. Off to the left hand side of our commentary position, we have the mountain that is just slightly obstructed by the trees, but it's Fernando who's not obstructed by anything as he comes into bowl, and that's nicely played by Clark down to the man at long on, and that area is being patrolled by Patadia, and he has come in and just held that in to the bowler. And there is a single for Clark. Clark is now on 15. Here's Dawes on 1 to take the strike. Leith Dawes, not sure if he did play yesterday. I'm just going to have a look at the scorecard for Australia. In fact, he didn't play yesterday, Leith Dawes, as he takes a single, doubles his score, goes out to the man on the cover boundary. I think that's the substitute fielder that is on today for the USA. That's Ayaz Sheikh. And we Tony Clark again on strike. Wicketkeeper Parak Ananta. He tried a very sharp stumping in the previous over. Didn't manage to get that decision from Abdullah Steenkamp. That's very nicely played out into the deep by Tony Clark. They're taking 2. That's actually good running. If that had been a direct hit, there might have been some trouble there for Leith Dawes, but the fielder in the deep, very good throw indeed from Rafi Kazi, but unable to effect the run out. And the score's gone now into the 70s, actually 71 for the loss of 5. All defence. Tony Clark, he realises how important it is that he stays here for Australia. If they were to lose another wicket now, it would be really, really difficult for them. Oh, it goes back to that one. And perhaps realises that was a dangerous position to be in. Anyway, he's taken strike again. Very far down, and he moves across. It's like a trigger movement. Oh, he's given him. He has given him out stumped. My word, and that is a great piece of work by the wicket-keeper Parakananta. He tried in the previous over. This time it was Tony Clark going forward, losing his balance and getting out of his crease as he went to play that one aggressively into the offside, and Pananta takes it well, takes the stumps out, and that is Tony Clark, who is on his way. I think 15 did he score? He's going to get the score there for Clark from the scorers, and as Tony Clark has to make his way back to the pavilion. 17 for 17, and the sheet anchor there for the Australian team is gone. It's 71 for the loss of 6 now, and Leith Dawes is left. He's there on 2. A new batter now coming to the crease for Australia, and the new batter with his cap on, a baggy green that he's wearing, and the new batter for Australia. We're just going to get that name for you. Yeah, so thank you very much. And it's Anthony Barranca. He's coming in to the crease, and he will be facing, or no, he won't actually be facing. It was the last ball of the over from Fernando. Fernando picks up his second wicket. Parak's second dismissal, this time also of Fernando. He took David Roach's wicket, the number 3. He's taken number 4, Tony Clark's wicket, and Australia 71 for the loss of 6. 8 runs only added for that wicket, as it was Tony Clark who just overbalanced, going for an aggressive shot into the offside. He'd taken guard, it looked like, on a leg stump, and he then moved across his stumps in advance of the delivery from Fernando, and just overbalanced as he tried to play it through the offside, missed the ball, and Ananta, really sharp piece of work. So all attack now to Barranca, as Zubair Hussain is in. He's got 2 slips. He's got a backward point, a man at cover point. He's got a short extra cover, a man at mid-off, deepish mid-off, a man at long on, sort of 20 metres in from the boundary, 15 metres in from the boundary, and Barranca is on strike. He's got a shortish mid-wicket as well. That's through to the man outside the off stump. And there is no run. So it's Dawes on strike. And Dawes on strike, and just plays that one quietly to the man at a short mid-wicket. And sorry, I said Barranca earlier. Barranca at the non-striker's end. That's Humayun, the opening bowler, who is at short mid-wicket. Nicely defended by Dawes, and if Australia are to get any kind of defendable total, one feels that they are going to have to just bat out the overs and see they don't lose any more wickets, and that's perhaps a difficult task with the accuracy of these 2 spin bowlers. 71 for the loss of 6. Dawes has 2. Barranca yet to get off the mark. He hasn't faced a ball yet, with Tony Clark being stumped by Ananta Parak. Just put that man in position there. They're going to go through for 2. That could be slightly risky, but no issue there at all. A really good running by this Australian pair, and Leith Dawes doubles his score from 2 to 4 with that shot that went out to square leg. Man coming around in the deep was, let's just have a look at that, at number 10, who is the, just have a look, number 10, Rafa Kazi, who came around in the deep, and it's going to be Fernando to continue. So, getting through the overs also very quickly, 23 overs bowled so far. And score 73 for the loss of 6. It has been a dominant performance with the ball, it must be said. And Barranca left-hander, so we have a slip. We may be putting in a leg slip, I think, here. It's just fielder coming around, Sanjay Pandya coming around to the backward square. We have a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, almost forward of square boundary actually. A man at conventional mid-wicket, a man at wideish long on. That's Fernando into the left-handed Barranca. Plays out to a short extra cover position. So we've got a slip, a backward point, a man on the cover point boundary, an extra cover shortish, and a man just being moved, that Patadia just being moved to wideish long off. And it's Fernando into Barranca. Barranca just gets a tickle on that onto his pad. Otherwise, one senses there would have been a massive appeal from Fernando. As it's umpire Weatherspoon at the far end. Oh, that one is a huge appeal. He's given him, that looked very adjacent, it must be said. Barranca looks absolutely mortified as he gazes back at the umpire, stands for a while, and he has to make his way back to the pavilion. And he didn't trouble the scorers, I don't think. No score for Anthony Barranca. Just mark down the number of balls that he has faced, and I get a smile from the scorers, because we know that that's not true, that he didn't trouble them, because any ball that anybody faces is going to mean that the scorers have to put something in the book. That is 73 now for the loss of 7, is it? 7 wickets down for Australia. Anthony Barranca, the number 9, or number 8 should I say, for Australia, who is on his way back to the pavilion for 0, and LBW to Fernando, who has been the outstanding bowler, it must be said, for the USA today. Sajid Fernando, that's his 3rd wicket, and Australia now are in deep trouble. Leith Dawes is still there. He's on 4, 73 for the loss of 7 in the 24th over. Fernando has made a massive impact on this game so far, and he's going to be bowling to, let's have a look now. That's the batter who's come down to this end, just taking his guard. Looks like it's going to be a right-handed batter, and it is Meek. So that is Damien Meek, who is in at number 9 for Australia. Damien Meek is going to be looking at trying to stay there with his partner Leith Dawes to at least get Australia to a total that is going to challenge perhaps this USA lineup. At the moment, 73 for 7. Australia in all kinds of trouble. And it's been the off break of Fernando and also Zubair Hussain from this side that have caused significant trouble for the Australian batters. Some good bowling up front, particularly by Humayun Bashir. That's played nicely backward of point, but good fielding here by, that is number 34, that is the opening bowler. Oh, no, not the opening bowler, sorry. Faisal Alam here. And the end of the over, it's all gone quite pedestrian now. Apart from the wickets that are falling, it's been very, very quiet period for Australia. 24 overs gone, 73 for the loss of 7, and just over 3 runs to the over for Australia. And the screws have been tightened by this off-break bowling pair at the moment. Fernando, how many overs? What's his analysis there, Naeem? 6 overs, 3 for? 3 for 9. 6 overs, 3 for 9. He's dealing in multiples of 3, is Fernando. 6 overs, 3 for 9, as it's Zubair Hussain bowling yet again from the southern end of the ground. It's just played nicely into the covers, but there is no runs. You've got 2 slips, a backward point, a man in the covers, And they're really applying the pressure here are the USA. Zubair Hussain took the wicket of Richard Gabb, a very, very important wicket, bowled, trying to sweep into the leg side. It was the hero for Australia yesterday in that run chase. Oh, it keeps low outside the off stump. So maybe some encouragement here for the Australian bowlers looking at that. Maybe thinking, okay, keeping it a bit low, maybe we still have a chance. We just got to get some more runs on the board. Zubair in again. That's a great lead. That must be out. And it is indeed. We can see that from here. Leith Dawes just moving across his stumps and misses a straight one. That's going to cannon into the middle and off stumps. And Abdullah Steenkamp, who I know from experience does not give too many LBW decisions, he raises his finger and Leith Dawes has to go. He made 4, I think it was. 5. Okay, 5 the scorers are telling me. Leith Dawes out for 5. Another LBW decision to one of the right arm off break bowlers, and this time it's Zubair Hussain who picks up his second wicket, and Australia now are 8 down with the score on 73. So that partnership there, really only the 2 runs in that partnership, and it has been a very, very difficult time for the Australians, losing 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession. Barranca and now Leith Dawes, who are out, and the new batter is in at the crease. And we're going to see who this is now, and we'll just see also with the baggy green on. That kept very low. It's gone actually between the legs of the keeper, Parak Ananta, and down to the down straight, and the batter is the signal buys. He's looking at who the batter is for Australia, coming in at number 10 to join Damien Meek, and it is Steve Gollan who's come in. Yeah, Steve Gollan who's come in. Gollan. And that is 2 buys, takes the score to 75 for the loss of 8. Gollan in at 8. Sorry, in at 10 for Australia. Hussain into him. Zubair Hussain, that's to the 2nd or 3rd slip position. And there is no addition to the score. So we're just trying to adjust the camera here. Are we still live? So just checking with the producer here. Just trying to make sure that you can get a good view. It's the end of the over from Hussain, and that will mean Damien Meek will face, I think, his first ball. So both batters on 0 and 25 overs now have been bowled in this innings, and still 20 overs to go. It seems highly unlikely, with the score at the moment on 75 for the loss of 8, that Australia will get to the 45 over mark, as it is Fernando again, this time to Damien Meek, and that's down to Faisal Alam here at backward point. There is no run. Going to be Fernando again into Meek, and that is outside the off stump, well taken by Ananta Parak, who was desperately disappointed when earlier on he put one down. I think it was Tony Clark who got the edge, but he made up for it with that very sharp stumping off Clark. Meek defending again into the offside. It's been an outstanding bowling performance from this USA team, led by the 2 off-spin bowlers, Fernando and Zubair. And Fernando incredibly economical into his, I think it's his 7th or 8th over now. Naeem? 7th over. Yeah, into his 7th over. He's undoubtedly going to bowl unchanged. Is the off-break bowler looking for a 5 for maybe, and that's played very forcibly down to the man at long off, and it's just fielded, a bit of a wayward throw, but that's no worry for the USA fielders. That's Ajit, I think, there, who just picked that one up. going to be Steve Gollan, who's going to be facing for the first time, number 33 on his back, also wearing the baggy green of Australia. And it's Fernando into him. Played that one very nicely, really late, under his eyes. It was very nicely played by Gollan there. And it's the end of another Fernando over. Another very good over from Fernando. No success in that one, but kept the runs down. Now 76 for the loss of 8 after 26 overs. So just under 3 runs to the over. Probably somewhere around 2.9 runs to the over. As we get a little bit of cloud coming over, which is probably welcome for the fielders out there in the warmth of the morning sun. A little bit of a breeze that's come up from the south, and a reminder to wait for Damien Meek to take his first strike against Zubair. Just looking around at the field. I'll tell you what that is shortly. It's a good delivery from Zubair, just played down to the ground by Meek. So he's got a first slip, like a third slip or full slip with a backward point. Man at short extra cover, and a cover, deepish mid-off. Played that late again, and they are going to go through for the single. It's going to need to be a hurried single, but it is the fielder there, number 99 Ajit, who misfields that delivery, and there is no run. Zubair away from us now. It's well defended by Gollan. Gollan in the cap, and Meek, who has the helmet on. Very quiet here it is. Not much chatter also from the USA fielders. Oh, Meek comes, Gollan comes forward very decisively. That's a good stride out to the ball. It's not much happening here in the middle from a run point of view. Gollan still looking for his first run. It's Zubair again. This time he's attacking the stumps, and attacking the ball is Rafe Kazi, and so that's the second run of the over, as we see some youngsters from what looks like the junior school coming here to play in the nets that are at the northeastern side of the ground. Always good to see the enthusiasm of youngsters to play cricket, and the youngsters on the field at the moment, these over 50 youngsters are playing cricket as well, and that's wide outside the off stump, just padded away, and there will be no run there because it will be a dead ball. It should be a dead ball. Waiting for Abdulastian come to signal dead ball. What is happening now? Yeah, they're asking the batters to go back, and he's signaling dead ball. There is no run because, as you may know, if you don't play a shot in cricket and you pad the ball away, and you then cannot take a run. So no run to the score there. It's still, is it 78 for loss of 8? And so Australia 78 for 8, and this broadcast on the pictures being brought to you, and the production being done by Pitch Vision, and this is the Over-50s World Cup 2023 taking place here in the beautiful city of Cape Town on the southwestern tip of Africa, and we are at the picturesque Sax de Villiers field, South African college schools, and we're at the de Villiers field as umpire Weatherspoon just asked Fernando not to bowl that delivery. So puts his arm out to stop him, as it's going to be Fernando in to Damien Meek, Steve Gollan is this side, apologies, and Gollan wearing the baggy green just comes forward and misses that one. Parak behind the stumps picking up the delivery. Fernando in again. Well, it's nicely played, but well fielded by the man at cover. And that is looks like a substitute fielder that we have on the field there. I'll have a look at that now for you. Could be Sheikh that is out there. I have Sheikh played again into the covers, and this is the excellent fielding again of Sanjeewa Weerasinghe, who prevents any thought of a run. So 45 it was in the previous delivery. Humayun, the opening bowler for the USA, and that is straighter, but well played by Golan. 2 balls left in the over, signals umpire Weatherspoon, and it's 78 for the loss of 8. We are into the 28th over. So 2 more overs after this, and we'll be going to a drinks break. Bowling rate has picked up very well for the USA, and bowled their first 15. A very good over. Oh my goodness, that's an attempted forceful shot outside the off stump. Golan doesn't get a touch. Parak Ananta takes the ball behind the stumps. There is no addition to the score. 78 for 8 after 28 overs, apologies, and there'll be 2 more overs to go before the drinks break. 29th over once again will be bowled. In fact, it won't be bowled by Zubair Hussain. In fact, we have a change of bowling, and it is going to be Himanshu Patadia, who's going to be bowling from the southern end of the ground here, the school end, we could call it. That's Himanshu Patadia in the long-sleeved shirt, as are many of the USA players. In fact, virtually all of them. Just the wicket keeper, who is in a couple of them in their short sleeve shirt. The wicket keeper, opening bowler Sanjay Pandya, is going to be Himanshu. I think he is seeing number 101. He's just busy getting his run up sorted out. Very short run up. He's going to go between umpire Abdullah Steenkamp and the stumps. He's going to be bowling now around the wicket, left arm around the wicket, and just a conventional left arm, slow left arm bowler. So it's mostly a spin attack here for the USA. Patadia just adjusting his field slightly, in the man at square leg to be adjacent to umpire Weatherspoon. That's on the line of the stumps. But appealing for bat before wicket there, it looks like. No interest from umpire Steenkamp. As I said, a very experienced umpire, Abdullah Steenkamp, well known and respected here in the Cape. And that's very well played, but straight to the man. That's Weerasinghe once again in the covers there. And he's done some excellent fielding. He was the man responsible for that excellent run out of Brad Papoto earlier on, and it is once again Meek on strike. He's got 2. Man at the other end, Steve Golan, has got 1. Australia at the moment 78 for the loss of 8. The last wicket fell with a score on 73. It's tossed up, and that's very well played over the infield. It's probably going to go all the way, is it? And it doesn't go all the way. In fact, it does go all the way, because in an attempt to stop it going over the boundary by Weerasinghe, Sanjeewa Weerasinghe unfortunately cannot stop that from a USA point of view. But a very good shot there from Damien Meek, and that takes his score up to 6, and Australia now into the 80s, 82 for the loss of 8. It was tossed up nicely by the left arm spinner, and played that over the cover, and that's a very nice oh my goodness, he got a bit of turn there, did Patadia, and he shows his perhaps a bit of frustration there, I don't know, but that one did turn very nicely, turn and bounce from that flight, and yeah, very happy to see that, I think, and his fellow USA player looking at that and saying, you've Zubair saying to him, wow, that was a very good delivery. Got a bit of turn, got a bit of bounce, and perhaps gives them encouragement for the next over, as I think Fernando is going to be coming in to bowl the last over before the next drinks break. This is now the 30th over. Australia are 82 for the loss of 8. These two have put on 9 runs together, Steve Gollan and Damien Meek. Meek, who's on 6, and on strike at the moment, Gollan, who is on 1. As it's Fernando into him, just plays that one out to the short extra cover, and there is no run. We've got a slip, backward point, and on the deep cover point boundary, extra cover shortish, and a man at mid-off. We have got on the leg side a long on, a mid-wicket conventional, and a man at deep backward square. So anything on the leg side is going to get tickled there, and you would reckon at least 1 or 2. That one's straighter. Fernando has shown outstanding control and has been, for me, the pick of the bowlers for the USA, and he has picked up 3 wickets. David Roach and Tony Clark, the number 3 and 4 for Australia, as well as the number 8, Anthony Barranca. And those 3 wickets coming at a very, very economical rate. We'll get his bowling figures now. Naeem is in his last over, is he? 8? 8. Okay, he's in his ninth over, and just a couple more deliveries left, and we'll get his bowling analysis. I think he left. What is he on now? 3-4? How many? 3 for 10 in his 9th over. What a performance from Sajid Fernando. 3 for 10 in his 9th over, and that's just played into the leg side. They're going to trot through for a single, and literally a walk through for a single, and very nice to see. That is the batter there, Steve Gollan, giving bowler Sajid Fernando a high five, just patting him on the back there. What an outstanding piece of bowling that is. He's come to the end of his spell, 9 overs, 3 for 11, and he's ripped the heart out of the Australian batting lineup. As we go to drinks, the score at the moment for Australia, 83 for the loss of 8, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the De Villiers Field here at South African College School Sax High School at the De Villiers Field, and it is going to be to bowl over 31 here. It is going to be Himanshu Patadia be bowling here, number 101 on his back. And he's going to be bowling to Steve Gollan, Australia, at 83 for 8, and that's played backward at point, and they've dispensed, interestingly enough, for the left arm around the wicket bowler, dispensed with the slip. I think I'm in the eye line here of the batter. I'm just going to wait till the end of this delivery and try and make sure that I'm not in his way when I move. Bowling from the southern end of the ground past umpire Abdullah Steenkamp. It's tossed up nicely, just bounces in front of the fielder and actually goes through the fielder in this instance, but it won't make it to the boundary. It's Weerasinghe who's after it, and he manages to cut that one off before it gets to the boundary. And that brought to you that panning there from our cameraman Aintley, who's doing a great job there with the camera. The production brought to you by Pitch Vision, and the tournament here, the Over-50s World Cup, sponsored by Evergreen Lifestyle and the City of Cape Town. It's Patadia in again, and that is not going to be given by umpire Steenkamp anytime soon. Down the leg side, certainly hitting flush on the pad. It's like he's batting on about a leg stump guard as it's in. That's beautifully played, but straight to the man at cover. I think that's Ajit there in the covers. It is indeed Ajit, and he's been fielding particularly well. A couple of really good fielders in this USA team. Ajit Jayasinghe, one of them, the other one. Oh, I think he's bowled him, has he? Off the inside edge. It has indeed. It's gone off the inside edge onto the stumps, and that is the end of Steve Gollan, and Australia lose their 9th wicket for 80 on the score on 85. And it is now 85 for the loss of 9 as Gollan is on his way. And I'm not sure how much he scored there. Was it 1 or 2, Naeem? We don't know. 4. Thank you very much to our Australian scorer here with us today. It's really great to have the people from all over the world that have joined us here, and the touring party that is with them, the supporters that have come out to Cape Town. It really is a lovely time of the year here as number 11 with the white floppy hat comes to the crease, and that is Gary Eisenmenger, who is coming to the crease. Eisenmenger, the number 11 for Australia, and he will be facing up to, he won't actually be facing up, it's the end of the over, and that in fact is Patadia's first wicket, in the wicket of Steve Gollan, and now it is Gary Eisenmenger who is in, but he will not be facing, it will be Damien Meek, who is currently on 6, who is facing 85 for the loss of 9. Meek and Gollan putting on 12 for that 9th wicket, and a couple of one good blow from Meek. It was over the cover region of Patadia. Patadia, in fact, though, in terms of Gollan having the last word, Gollan trying to play it forcefully through the offside, not able to do that, as we have a change of bowling. Zubair Hussain, who's coming on from the northern end of the ground, wearing his cap with the peak behind his head there, and that's played into the ground by Meek past the wicket keeper. It's not going to go all the way. It's being chased here by Patadia, who was successful with the last ball of his previous over, and they come through for 2, and that takes Meek to 8, takes the total to 87 for the loss of 9. And it is going to be Zubair again in to Meek, and he just plays it back to the bowler. 87 for the loss of 9. And plays that very nicely, but straight to the man at backward point. Some outstanding fielding there by Humayun Bashir, the opening bowler for the USA, diving to his left and pulls off an outstanding stop. And Zubair will be coming towards us once again. Towards us now, and that's a shortish delivery, played nicely, but again it is Humayun that does the fielding, running across in front of Patadia to get to that one. We have Fernando at a sort of second slip. We have a backward point, man on the deep extra cover boundary, shortish extra cover, and a man at longish mid-off, deepish mid-off, and that is played off the pad. They won't take a single because it is no shot offered. Just a pad thrust outside the off stump, retrieved by Patadia in front of us, and there is no addition to the score. 87 for loss of 9. 87, 13 runs short of 100. Known to be Australia's unlucky number, and Meek there. Some lovely byplay there between the wicket-keeper Parakananta and Damien Meek as he looks to see whether Meek isn't going to overbalance, and then just gives him a slight push on the back just in a playful manner. Some really good spirit shown here by the players on the field, these over-50s in the Over-50 World Cup being played here in Cape Town, South Africa. The third edition of this tournament, we believe, and first edition held in Australia. The second edition 3 years ago started here in Cape Town and then was abandoned as a result of the COVID pandemic just after it had started to take place. In fact, the match yesterday that I was at between Wales, in fact the entire production team here was at, between Wales and Pakistan, was abandoned halfway through the match, and the end of the tournament was called at that particular point in time. That's a good delivery to Eisenmenger, his first delivery that he's facing from Patadia, and his first delivery of the match, and he is yet to score. At the other end is Damien Meek. He's got 8. That's all played very late by Eisenmenger, out into the covers, fielded by Humayun. Patadia will be bowling once again to the 33rd over of the innings. It's a good delivery outside the off stump, kept a little bit low, through to the wicket keeper. Eisenmenger will be trying to keep this one out, give Meek the chance to score some runs and maybe score some himself, and umpire Steenkamp unmoved there. That ball, it looked like it was heading down the leg side, and as I said, it's not going to have to hit middle, it's not going to have to hit leg, it's not going to have to hit the off stump for Abdullah Steenkamp to give it out. It's going to have to hit all three. He's forward and just defensively, and it's there's still one more delivery I think in this over from Patadia to Eisenmenger. Just asking the field to come in or go out. Well, perhaps just reset slightly. Not sure he's trying to entice the run from them, as that's just played nicely into the offside. But Eisenmenger is keen to take a single, but he won't, as it's Ajit Jayasinghe who's in very quickly in the covers, and they don't take a run. That's a maiden over, if my maths is correct, from Patadia. And so that is now after 33 overs, Australia still on 87 for the loss of 9. But an outstanding bowling display by the USA. None more though than from Sajid Fernando, who was absolutely brilliant. 9 overs, 3 for 11, Fernando. And Zubair Hussain, his other off-break partner, who's taken 2 wickets. And his analysis so far, Naeem, how many overs? So he's bowled 6 overs and 2 for 10 has Zubair, and he's in again to the right-handed Meek. And so between them, the two off-break bowlers with analysis of 15 overs, 21 runs for 5 wickets. That is absolutely outstanding bowling from these two. And that's nicely played to Patadia at backward point. One of the two men patrolling the point region, which doing very well there, has Patadia and Humayun. Jeff Meek, listen to me, that's Jeff Meek is a South African sailor. Damien Meek, who plays that one very nicely down the ground, the man at long on coming around, and he is going to prevent any thought of a second run for Damien Meek. As it is Eisenmenger who's busy clearing off the crease so he can actually mark his guard, kicking up plumes of dust there. Number 47, Gary Eisenmenger, number 11 for Australia. As they've moved off that 87, they're now on to 88 for the loss of 9 in the 34th over. Still, after this, 11 overs to be bowled potentially. That's straight one on the legs, and that's going to be a long chase for the wicket keeper. Eisenmenger should get off the mark there with 2, but he sends his partner Meek back, and that's wisely done. As a very strong arm there from the wicketkeeper Parakananta keeps them honest and down only to the 1 run. So it'll be Meek on strike, Eisenmenger off the mark with that single. Australia are on, it is actually correct now, 89 for the loss of 9. In to him again, to Humayun again at backward point, and how many times have I said that in the last couple of overs? Humayun and Patadia patrolling that backward point region. Meek on strike. That's played very nicely out to the man in the deep, and that's I'm not sure if it is out there. They only take the single. It was hit with quite a lot of power by Meek, and it is just the 1, and takes Australia at the end of that over to, is it 89 for the loss of 9? Or is it 90 now? It is 90 now. I think the scoreboard has actually caught up on the other side, if I remember a look at that. So it is Meek on 9, and it is Eisenmenger on a single. It's going to be Meek facing the left arm around the wicket bowling, or is he bowling over the wicket now? He is actually bowling over the wicket, is Patadia. So they're going to try a bit of a change of angle here to the right-handed Meek, who takes guard. Umpire Steenkamp being asked to give him leg stump, and he just says, yep mate, that's leg stump, no problem at all. And it's Meek on strike. Meek with the helmet, Eisenmenger with the white floppy hat. That's nicely played, but just to that man at a shortish square leg. That's Kazi who's in there. Rafe Kazi. Patadia again. Ooh, nicely bowled there by Patadia, but well played by Meek. Sanjay Pandya is passing the ball, number 22, passing the ball to his USA compatriot. Oh my goodness, good delivery, but well played by Meek, just covering his stumps. It's all very quiet here at the moment here at the De Villiers field. As Australia try to eke out some kind of total, 9 down, score on 90, still 10 overs, and that's a very good shot. That's going to go to the boundary, and Damien Meek has played that beautifully out through the cover region, and it goes to the cover boundary for 4. It takes Australia to 94 for the loss of 9. Damien Meek playing a strong rearguard action here for Australia. He moves on to 13, and he is now joint second highest scorer in the Australian innings. as it's Patadi into him again. This one's played beautifully over the top of the man at short mid-on, and goes to the man deep on the boundary. That's Humayan on our right-hand side, and he has taken a single. Keeps the strike. Clever batting from Damien Meek there. 10 overs to go in this innings. Sorry, not 10 overs. 11 overs to go in the innings. 34 gone. And it is 9 down for 95. The pair of Damien Meek and Gary Eisenmenger here, who have put together a partnership of 10 for the last wicket, and they're going to need to put together quite a lot more than that, one feels, for Australia to pose any kind of challenging total for the USA. .95 for the loss of 9. A bit of a break in play here. Not quite sure what we're waiting for. Is it the ball that got lost? No. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay. So just gentleman just tying his shoelaces on the far side, and it is number 67. It is Ayaz Sheikh, who's on the field as a replacement fielder. Not sure who exactly for, but we'll try and have a look at that. And it's Zubair again, and that's just left alone outside the off stump. Very disciplined bowling here from the USA, haven't given away too many wides, and particularly the off-spinning pair of Fernando and Zubair have been outstanding with their economy rate. Oh, that one kept a bit low, not on the stumps, but well kept by Parak Ananta, who just manages to get his body behind that to prevent any thought of a bye. The keeper has been very good today. He put that one catch down, but it was a difficult chance. That's nicely played out into the deep and fielded out there by, I think that is Rafe. It is, in fact, Rafe Kazi. They take the single. Meek moves on to 15 with that single, second highest score for Australia for the number 9. It'll be Zubair to Eisenmenger. Oh, it's very short, and I think there's definitely going to be 2 there, short on the legs, and Eisenmenger is going to come through for 2, and it's just losing a bit of control there. Zubair Hussain onto the legs of the number 11 as Australia move steadily, slowly towards the total of 198 for 9 now. In the 36th over. Very quiet around the ground, not much talk and chatter out there. Looks like a yellow-billed kite flying above just to the right of that tall Norfolk pine, and that's a very good attempt to cut that one off by Weerasinghe, but he can't quite get there. But there is the man covering behind him, Rafe Kazi, who will pick that up, and another single to Eisenmenger. He'll keep the strike at the end of the Zubair Hussain over, and that takes Australia to 99 for the loss of 9, and takes Eisenmenger on to 4. And those of you that are wondering, that isn't actually a yellow-billed kite. It's the wing structure and the wing colour is a bit different, so we'll have to try and see what that is a bit later on. We can get that for you, but circling above, it's not a vulture either, in case anybody was wondering. Vulture's not out yet. It's not that hot out here. The fielders are doing particularly well, and the batters doing well here in a beautiful Cape Town afternoon. 1:45 here local time, South African Standard Time, and we're broadcasting on the platform of Pitch Vision as that's played to the man at a shortish mid-on. That is Zubair Hussain. It's Patadia continuing. That's a good delivery from Patadia. He's bowling around the wicket again. Now to Eisenmenger. He changed his line slightly to Meek. The wicketkeeper is a man at backward point. And a sort of almost gully, deepish gully. That's played to the man at a short extra cover or short mid-off position. That's Sanjay Pandya. And coming around to field after the misfield is Ajit Jayasinghe. Some good fielding. Bowler fields there. Of his own bowling. 2 balls left in the over. Signals Abdullah Steenkamp to Rohan Weatherspoon. And they're all happening quickly but slowly here. I know it sounds a bit like very much an oxymoron, but it's bowling getting through his overs very quickly here is Himanshu Patadia, and Gary Eisenmenger just playing that one out into the leg side. No run. 99 for the loss of 9, with Meek on 15 and Eisenmenger on 4. Australia trying to bat through their overs. 36 overs bowled now by 38 overs bowled by the USA. Is that right now? 38 overs bowled? 37, is it? 37 overs bowled, from the USA. Into the 38th over now. So we started from the southern end. So 8 overs left in the innings. Can they survive for those 8 overs and get through and to the change of innings? And it is going to be a change of bowler. And it's bowling. I think it's back to the opening bowler again. Is it? Is it Sanjay Pandya who's going to be bowling? Let's see once he's delivered this. A change of bowler from the northern end of the ground, left arm. And that's very nicely played by Meek through the covers, and that gets him to the highest score for Australia. Brings up the 100 for Australia and takes him to 103 for the loss of 9. Is a bowling change, and it's shortish and turning away from the right-hander. And Meek has no issue at all in getting back to that one as Sanjay Pandya pitches it short, and the opening bowler is hit away into the cover region for 4. That does necessitate a fielding change. They now have the 2 men out on the offside on the boundary, and it is there's a deep backward point, there's a deep cover. Played nicely into the covers, but Weerasinghe's going to field. There's no way that you're going to take a run to him. Already effected the run out of Brad Popoto earlier on today, did Sanjeev Weerasinghe. It's Patel again. That's into the leg side, and he tries to loft that one into the deep. There is a man sort of on the mid-wicket boundary cow corner there. It's very much an offside leg side field. I mean, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's a 6-3 offside leg side field for the left arm orthodox spinner bowling around the wicket to the right hander. He has given him. He came forward to that, missed it. It's a straight one. It straightens, and Damien Meek is given out LBW by umpire Rohan Weatherspoon. The Australian innings comes to an end. Damien Meek scored 19, was it? He got 21? 20, okay. So Damien Meek out for 20. LBW to Pandya. Pandya's second wicket and the 10th wicket of the Australian innings. That leaves the other batter, I think on 4 it was, Gary Eisenmenger, and 4 not out, and Australia finish on 103 all out. The final wicket partnership largely with the contribution of Damien Meek, who scored a very well played 20, the highest score for Australia. They end on 103 all out, a partnership for the last wicket of 18, and that is going to leave the USA a target of 104 to win, which is at a shade under 2.3 runs to the over, and that is certainly not what Australia would have wanted in this second game against what looks like a very strong USA team. A strong bowling attack from the USA, the spinners having taken full toll here of the Australian batting lineup, and just to run through the main wicket takers and the main scorers for then Australia as well. But really was a day for the bowlers, as it was opening the bowling was Humayun Bashir, who took the first wicket to fall, that of John Rankin. Then Steve Mace was LBW to Pandya. David Roach, the third man to go, caught by Parag well off the bowling of Fernando. Fernando, the outstanding bowler for Sri Lanka. It was then Brad Popoto was run out with the score on 53. Richard Gabb was the next to go at 63 when he was bowled by the off spin of Zubair. It was then Tony Clark who was given out, stumped by Barak off the bowling of Fernando. He overbalanced going for a shot outside the off stump, and that meant that he was on his way. 71 for 6 it was, 71 for 7 as Anthony Barranca was out without scoring. LBW to Fernando, looking mortified with the decision. And there's then a couple of partnerships after Leith Dawes was out with the score on 73 for 8 it was. Steve Gallen and Damien Meek then put on 12 for the 9th wicket, and Damien Meek and Gary Eisenmenger put on 18 for the final wicket to add some respectability to that total. So it went from 73 for 8 to 103 all out. 3 wickets for Fernando, 9 overs, 3 for 11, 2 wickets for Zubair, 2 wickets for Pandya, and 1 run out and a wicket each for Humayun and Patadia. It's going to be goodbye for the moment from us here at the De Villiers Field here in the beautiful suburb of Newlands in the Cape. I think we are potentially going to be taking the lunch break now, and players I think have a 45-minute lunch break. I stand under correction there. At the end of this we will be back with you with live pictures, and just to let you know, there may not be commentary when we come back, but there will certainly be live pictures coming to you from here, from the De Villiers Oval, and I'll be chatting to you a little bit later. Thank you for joining us for this first innings in this match between the USA and Australia.
leg shot there. Not a shot, okay? Waar is dat? Waar is dat was nog? Provinces. Too many.
Changed it from load shedding 3 to 4 to 3 now, so it's not going off. Okay. I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that.
Yep, got it.
W, longest last name. Number 14. Yeah, that's me.
All right.
I'm the better looking one.
Of course. You don't have to tell me.
You got the big old mug, don't you?
Yes, I had a long time. It was when John Newton was around. That's how long ago.
Okay. He copied you.
Yeah, silly.
Yeah.
Like it so much as you've done, you never say
Yeah.
Take your time, fellas! total? 104? 104. 104.
Well left, well left. Let it go.
What's your next game, sir? You got to Canada, New Zealand, West Indies.
Batting well, batting well.
Next guy is Fernando. Cedric Fernando.
Shot, Sanj. Push it, push it, push it. Come on, guys. That's it. Run on. After that, I'll come back to let you know. Yeah.
Have a nice walk.
Yep.
Coffee.
You didn't ask for it. You didn't ask.
No, I asked whether you had a coffee. You didn't want the one, did you? What about chips? Chocolate? I don't know. I just eat the food. Otherwise I don't get fed. Your batsman is Sajid Fernando.
now because you're not coming further.
Seven good balls. Single game sometimes.
Yeah.
Get it out, son.
No, I was just thinking we can find it.
No, it's my bag. Strike a shoe thing. Let me get
No, it's one of the guys that's right. That's one of the guys there. New Zealand, the guys that came on and out if we're gonna barbecue on Thursday. Or
Yeah,
is it June?
that's pretty. Yeah, everyone I've
You want me to
mentioned
get
it.
you want
I'll
me
put
to
the handbook there.
okay. No.
Oh, please do.
Okay, and then I will just let you know what it's gonna cost per head.
Okay. Oh, that's just good. Okay. Oh,
I'll let Patrick know.
barbecue.
Because it'll be late because the New Zealanders are gonna join in as well.
Oh, yeah. No, that'd be good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Okay. I'll just come back to you with an amount per person.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah. Thank you.
No worries. No, thank you. Still no time on the other thing?
No, I'll put that thing down.
No, you will. So I'm more demanding when I'm face to face.
barbecue on Thursday.
On Thursday. Yeah, we've got.
You think I was lost? Who got sick yesterday? James.
Yes, yes.
What? I know he was feeling it.
Belly, so he's really bad in there.
He was just lying in bed last night. So he got a bug out.
Yes, I think hopefully it's only 24 hours.
Give me some indication.
Yeah, no, we've got a doctor around some back up there. And his parents were here with him. They stayed back, so they're not here today, but they're trying to help them get through. But normally we would have 28. And they'll load up and get through with it.
So for Thursday, should we cater just say for 30 or just 28?
20. Might be even more than that.
They're looking, I mean, you guys will just look because they're looking at plus 180 per head, which includes three proteins, chops, boiled chicken, 3 side salads, green salad, potato salad, garlic bread, and that's it. Then obviously you could buy your own drinks on the night. You can ask them to, because put on the group and obviously
Yeah.
as agreed by the director of SA Cricket. I mean of Aussie Cricket.
I don't know about that. They just, in the end, all they want to do is punch on the week. And then probably go back and sleep, even though we've got the Safari thing going.
show if there's an injury. Can't show it on
you
screen,
don't.
so get a nice view of something like that. So Sumsuma uit. Yeah, or the clouds or anything. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So. Is it
Wat nou iets geprikt op? Zie dat?
lucky that the electricity's still going.
Bill's going there.
Thomas Pick did that for Prince Patty. What time it starts?
He didn't, but he's got training lunch first,
Oh, not that day. Yeah, that's 11:30.
and I'll confirm the beach party.
Yeah.
It'll be about 12-ish again. That's it.
Now we're trying to plan.
Yeah. I'll sort it out.
Thank you. go. Is that Basil? Is that Basil? They told you. Yeah, Basil. Basil.
Zube. Yeah, the
This
ball.
guy has time.
Yes, yes. Zube has a
with you.
Is it? 78
That scoreboard is right?
I don't know, I can't read it.
I think that
They
they spoke to the team for Monday, so I think they changed.
not
The line overshot.
Who's the next batsman?
Yes. You say score is right? It's 78?
Yes.
He was scoring runs and the scoreboard wasn't moving.
I don't know.
Hello?
Was it check?
way longer than I thought it would be.
Nearly won already, have they?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really kind of you. My goodness, that's a lot to. Six. Still good. It's perfect, thank you. So the end of the over from Gary Eisenmeyer, and the score is 86. The loss of 6 are the USA, chasing 104 to win this encounter, their first of the Over-50s World Cup. And it is going to be who's bowling from the other end here, so it's going to be Brad Popoto bowling, and that one is can't see. It's played into the offside. It's fielded. Oh, and that goes past the wicket keeper down here in front of us, and it's going to be John Rankin who comes around and does the fielding. The score moves on by 2 to 88 for the loss of 6, and it is going to be Poto again, and he is bowling to this Parak Ananta, and some nifty footwork there prevents any thought of a single from the USA pair. It is Parak Ananta and Ayaz Sheikh batting at the moment, and this has been like a not that easy a reply from the USA. They need 16 runs to win. They have 4 wickets in hand, and the two batters at the crease at the moment, Sheikh and Parak. So it's Ayaz and Parak. That's played in the air, but it's going to bounce short, about 3 or 4 bounces down to the man at on the boundary there at a square leg. That is not quite sure who that was, as we have a motorcycle making a significant amount of noise in the background, and so there's going to be Sheikh on strike, and that's wide outside the off stump. It's cut away very nicely. That is going to run away, I think, for 4. Is it going to be cut off? No, I think it's going to be cut off. Some good fielding there in the deep, and just relay throw back, but not before they have taken 2. That's 2 more runs, 3 runs. That's very good running there from Parak and Sheikh, as they take the score into the 90s. 92 now for the loss of 6, just 12 runs away from a victory. And that is the end of the over from Brad Popoto. And change of bowling from the southern end of the ground. It's Tony Clark who is going to be bowling. And thanks to the production team here, Marie, Naeem on the scoreboard, and Aintley, who's got the camera there on the action. And it's going to be Clark to continue. Clark, who's taken the one wicket. Oh no, he hasn't actually. It was a run out off his bowling, and Faisal Alam, who was run out off the bowling when Clark was bowling. It's going to be 12 runs to win. Plenty of time to get them. 24 overs, in fact, in which to get them. Only 21 overs bowled. And they are batting at a run rate of just under 4.5 an over, are the USA, trying to get these runs quickly, as it's Tony Clark away from us now. That's outside the off stump, has a swish at that one. It's on about 4th stump line. Tony Clark is really bowling with quite a bit of pace here, and looking quite dangerous with that delivery. Through to the wicket keeper. There's a slip, a gully, and that's played past the man in the gully down to the man at backward point, as it looks like we have Golan, who's warming up, is indeed going to be, it's Steve Golan. Is warming up in the covers. He's fielding at the moment at cover point. We have Popoto here at mid-off. We've got a slip, a gully. There is nobody down on the 3rd man boundary. It's all attack from Australia at the moment. They need these 4 wickets, as goes a bit quieter in the background. School is out. All the boys here are playing their respective sport. Oh, it's in the air, but it's going to be safe. Falls in front of the man at fine leg coming around, and every run is very precious at the moment for the USA. Every single ball that they get an additional run. Clark shaking his head, not happy. Nothing that Anthony Barranca behind the stumps can do about that, or the man coming in from the fine leg boundary. Got away with that pull, a good shorter delivery from Clark. He's away from us again here at the southern end. Oh, and that's short and wide, and it's played very nicely out to the boundary on the point side. Is it going to get there? Yes, it does. It just beats Steve Golan to the boundary, and that takes the USA to 90. 7 for the loss of 6, 7 away from victory here, and it has all come quite quickly in only the 22nd over that's being bowled at the moment. 7 runs away from a victory in their first match in the tournament. Yesterday they had a bye, Australia losing to Sri Lanka by 4 runs. It's Clark again. It's very neatly played once again by, that is the wicket-keeper Parak, who is now on to, is it 14 there, Naeem, for Parak? It is indeed Parak on 15 now, and it is Ayaz on the other side, Ayaz Sheikh, who is on 12. Clark again, that's down the leg side and whipped away down to the man at fine leg, and that is just an easy single for the United States pair, down to the boundary there just for the 1, and takes the score up to 98 for 6. 104 the target, only 6 runs required for victory here, and apologies for the earlier break. I was not here for the commentary. We hope that you have enjoyed the match here at the South African College Schools upper field here, the De Villiers field. Beautiful venue for cricket. Clouds have gathered into what looks like maybe some thunderstorms a little bit later on this afternoon, but not quite even a spit or a spot of rain at the moment. Fortunately, this game looks like it will get to its conclusion quite rapidly now, as coming in from the other end it is Steve Gollan. That's played very nicely over mid-wicket, and there is nobody there on the boundary. That is going to go down to the boundary for 4. It's very nicely played, shortish delivery from Gollan, and it is Parak again, Parakananta, who's played that one into that region. The 100 comes up. It's 102, 2 runs required for the victory now. Gollan in again to Parak, and he just plays it defensively into the offside. Australia here almost inevitably heading for their 2nd defeat of the tournament against this strong USA team. Bowled well earlier on, the USA, and whilst they seemed to stumble a little bit in the chase, it has been an impressive work from these two to, it seems like, get them over the line, and Anta plays that one into the gap, but they're only going to take the singles. The scores are tied. They are level at the moment. It is 103 for the loss of 6. Just the 1 required now for the victory for the USA, and it is going to be on strike. It's going to be Ayaz Sheikh on strike. Can he get the winning runs for the USA? Steve Gollan into him, and that is played into the deep on the leg side, and that is the victory. That's gone all the way to the boundary. Nobody's going to stop that one. Nobody has stopped the USA's march to victory here. It has all come rather quickly in the end, as they go to 107, I think it was. Was that a 6? Or was it 4? Was it 107 for the loss of 6, and victory by 4 wickets for the USA, chasing down the target in the 23rd over for a very, very good victory for them. And at the close there, hitting the winning runs, it was Ayaz who hit the winning runs, but with him at the crease at the time when they won there was the wicket keeper Parak Ananta, who kept wicket very well earlier on today. Australia now with back-to-back defeats, and really not the ideal start to the tournament for them. The USA having a very good start to the tournament. This is their first game, and a day off tomorrow for all the teams, and it will be certainly a welcome break for the Australian team, having played back-to-back games the first 2 days of the tournament. And this game today, chasing down the runs in shade under 23 overs, as the players and the umpires there, umpire Weatherspoon of Canada, umpire Steenkamp of South Africa, shaking hands with the players, and the USA embracing each other, very happy with their victory today. I just want to say thank you to you all for tuning in. We do apologize for the lack of commentary through most of that second innings, unfortunately, and we just ask that you join us again on Thursday for the next round of matches here in the Over-50s World Cup in Cape Town in 2023. Another full round of 6 matches on Thursday. You can tune in again at 10:15 South African Standard Time. That's 8:15 Universal Time or GMT. And we hope that wherever you are, you enjoyed this coverage by Pitch Vision, brought to you by Evergreen Lifestyle and the City of Cape Town, the two keynote sponsors here for the Over-50s World Cup. It's been our privilege to bring this broadcast to you on the cameras and production team from Pitch Vision, from Marie Naeem and Aintley, the production team here, and from myself, James King. Really has been a privilege to bring this game to you. Winners by 4 wickets, the United States, and enjoy the rest of your day.